I'm watching you on Twitch right now.
Okay. Morning, traders. A little bit of a late start, but let's get to it. The market's looking really good today. Today is uh, Friday, May 8th. Currently, it's 7:15 a.m. U.S. Pacific Standard Time, 10:15 in New York. Taking a quick look at the heat map, Nvidia is looking really good at 216.03. Apple up 2%, 293.28. Micron up 8.8%, 703. Maybe we'll take a look at that. Everything's looking good. Intel, AMD, uh, notably Tesla, which we have been watching like a hawk for the past week. Very quickly, go over to the crypto market. A little bit of a pullback week, which we were expecting. Bitcoin currently at 79,984. Fear and Greed Index currently at 47. Quickly look at the rainbow chart. We're still in the Bitcoin is dead range of the rainbow. So these are definitely these areas where we need to, if you believe in Bitcoin and you believe its value that it could provide to, the financial industry, to your life, to your future, definitely accumulate in these levels to prepare for the 2028 halving. So yeah, definitely for long-term educational purposes only. All right, so let's take a quick look at the SPY. SPY is up. Um, it is up 0.7% right now, but we are in this bullish run. Currently, the price is $736 as we speak, with a fib extension zone of 738.46 to 765. This could just continue to go higher. This is just one of those early profit-taking zones that I'm looking at. If we switch over to the pivots and go to monthly, actually, I might have it under quarterly. Yeah, so quarterly, SPY has already ripped out of its quarterly Fibonacci pivots and pretty much going higher. Looking at the SMIs, it looks strong, all positive. So right now, we expect a little bit more room for upside next week. Um, quickly switch over to the monthlies. So right now, the based on previous month's high and low of SPY, I have this Fibonacci extension sell zone, and these are potential areas for profit taking for this month of May. So notably, we have the R2 at 740.67 of the pivot. Like I mentioned, 738.46 is the initial profit taking area, and then we have 750, 757, and then a very strong level at 765.94 if it does go up there within this month. All right, so we're gonna switch over to Tesla now. Now, if you watched the stream last week, I've already made a prediction that based on the price action that occurred this past month, we knew that based on Fibonacci extension zones, these were buy areas. And last week when I covered in our stream that these were buy areas, and we did hypothetical scalp trades throughout the day, on Thursday and Friday, but we knew that we marked these and that we were ready for some type of move. The reason why is because we were on a downtrend since December. I drew this trend line right here. And then once we hit this Fibonacci extensions buy zone from one of my levels, it broke out, pulled back to another golden retracement of a Fibonacci swing. And last week, as I predicted, we were going to hit this Fibonacci extension sell zone with continued movement to the upside, because this was bullish movement and what they call an ABC move. Just very quickly, just looks like this. Right, so we knew that this was going to be a target to hit this week because of the breakout of the and sustained positive patterns for continued movement last week when we saw it the price action accumulate right over here in the 368 zone. And then coming into this week, um, we were given the option expiration expected move of plus and minus 1895 from Friday's close, 390.82, which gave us a range of 357.14 to 395.46. I drew that box right here. We clearly blew right through it on Wednesday, May 6th. And the options market was pricing this move in where it had the top range of the expected move right at the 100 EMA right over here. Now, my theory is that part of the reason why this is going up, not only did we get positive news from Tesla regarding China sales, but the fact is that options traders that, you know, plan their trades, whether they're doing, naked strangles, naked straddles, um, iron condors, what have you, they had made trades based on this expected move for option expiration. So right now, because the top range was 395, they could be bleeding. They might have tried defending their position, which gave fuel for the bulls to break up to the upside. Um, and additionally, we broke last week's high of 409.28. So we gapped up twice, and we now are in that profit taking zone that I mentioned based on this, W pattern or this ABC pattern on this leg. So we see profit taking here. So we established a long term. Let's zoom in on the daily, on the intraday time frame. We'll look at the 5-minute. So I covered a lot of analysis, throughout the whole session yesterday. So if this is something you want to follow, feel free to subscribe, comment, like, and share. And if you have any tickers that you'd like me to look at, Thursdays and Fridays, I'll be able to keep track of that. So very quickly, we did a lot of price action yesterday. I just cleaned up the charts. I'm just going to do a quick high and low of yesterday's price action. And as you can see, in addition to, this Fibonacci extension sell zone, which we knew that this was coming up, just based on yesterday's high and low, high of day, low of day, swing high, swing low, we have this 200 or 100% Fibonacci extension of 429.54, which looks like it tapped, pulled back, and we have to see what's going to happen throughout the rest of the day. This is extremely bullish movement that we see in Tesla, and this is something that we were expecting since last week. So you could have positioned yourself and be taking profits today. Breaking down to the opening range. So let me just quickly mark this box, and I'll just remove this Fibonacci. So we just know that very quickly, just mark this. I'll just delete that swing. And then coming into the open, I know we didn't quite start the stream before market, but the writings were on the wall. I'd even do any analysis on this before the stream, so let's just do it live. The pre-market action, we hit a high of 418.25, and what I'm going to do is get the low of the pre-market and then the high of the pre-market, and that's going to give us initial profit taking targets for people who trade the open. As you can see here, once I did the high and low of the pre-market, we have the 618 at 421.98. We can see that the first 5-minute bar closed right at 421.98. It looks like it closed at 421.96, but just right at it. So that was a potential play if you got in pre-market. If you noticed that there was a gap up in the pre-market and our stochastics were looking positive, and if this is something that you wanted to get into, the initial profit taking target was at 421.98. and then 424.28 right there, using the Fibonacci extension 618 zone. Breaking down to the 1 minute. And then if we take a look at the, hold on, let's do this. And then we take the Fibonacci of the first 5 minutes, and you can see we see additional pricing targets here, take profit targets, as you can see right there. Obviously, when we're through it, looks like within the first 30 minutes, 428.41 was a high for this candle right there. So what I like to do, if you're first seeing the stream and watching the stream here, I do like using Fibonacci's on bigger time frames, smaller time frames, and find confluences between all the Fibonacci extension sell zones to give you potential uh, uh, profit targets and potential reversals. But in this case, we have extremely bullish movement in Tesla today, and we're just blowing right through those marks there. Just to click on the news. Seems like it's pretty much the same. Tesla April deliveries, 79,478, up 36% year over year. All right. Either way, you don't have to keep up with the news. This is just my opinion, my educational purposes. I don't want to let the news manipulate my TA. I look at it objectively, and then take it for what it is based on the candle patterns and Fibonacci's. All right, so let's bring up the daily pivots. Actually, let's see, take a look at the week very quickly. Now, so for the weekly pivots, the R3 was at 418.02. During the pre-market, it did hit that R3, and there were some initial profit takers right before market, and then obviously we broke through it with a lot of volatility. If we switch to the daily, it should give us better readings for today. And this time I'll turn off the extended hours. And yeah, definitely a huge gap up. And as you can see, price still went right through those resistance levels of those daily pivots. Back down to the 1 minute. And let me just quickly delete pre-market levels, because for me, the pre-market levels are mainly used to determine where price may stall or reverse during the first hour of the opening range. In this case, it happened in the first 5, 15 to 30 minutes. And then right at 6:44, uh, it broke out of the 618 Fibonacci extension level. So this is now no longer, I mean, still useful, as you can see, but I'll just remove it to declutter. I'll quickly turn off the daily pivots. We know that we're already far exceeding all those levels. Turn on our faster moving EMAs, ADR. So based on the ADR levels, based on the past 7 to 14 average daily range of Tesla, it predicted a potential top of like 423 to 423.17 to 423.42. Kind of used it as resistance, stalled, and just went higher. So let me just remove that. First 5 minutes of the high low of the trading day, as I mentioned, 426 was a level, and then 428. So we're seeing negative movement right now on Tesla. So bring ourselves back up to speed to current time, 7:30 a.m. Profit. Everyone who is expecting this move to go up is now currently taking profits, and we're seeing a healthy pullback now. So just visually, just looking at it right now, we have a double top. Tesla made a lower high, right? So here's the high of the day. Couldn't quite break out of that. Formed a lower high. We're selling off, and if we drew a trend line, we'll see that that we broke that. A little bit more into the opening range. I'm going to draw this high and that low. So if we were to use the hour range, you can see price reversed at this 429.31 level. So this looks like a good level to keep on to the charts. I'm just going to draw the high of the range and the low. And if I turn on the VWAPs, right? So these are daily VWAP clouds, where each cloud represents 1.618, 2.618, and 3.618 standard deviations away from the VWAP, which is in highlighter green here. When price opened up, they pulled back to the VWAP, used that as support, and that was easily a bullish pattern to make an ABC, where it basically did this, pull back to VWAP, and then if you look for 100% of that particular move, and let me quickly reverse that. It should look like that. Yeah, so it pulled back to the 618, almost pretty much to the T. So during the opening range, pull back to the 618, hit the VWAP, and then easily you aim for a target of 100% of that move, which would be right there. So if you are a practitioner of using the Fibonacci tool as a technical analyst, you can see that you can make these predictions and take potential targets based on Fibonacci, and you can see that whether it's a self-fulfilling prophecy or money makers, money markets, money market players, oh, excuse me, market makers use these levels as well as big whales to take profit. You look at the SMIs. Once we see, in a smaller time frame, let's actually go to the 5-minute. There was an overbought territory. That doesn't mean price will reverse immediately. Price could continue to trend. On the 1-minute, if we saw this live and we had the VWAPs on, we would know that was a good area to buy, to go long for continued movement to the upside. And the fact that we see a rejection of the midline on the stochastic signified that this bullish movement was going to continue and break out from 422.85 and move higher to the 429.31 level. We're currently at the VWAP, and this is going to go back into the range. Let me turn on volume profile. And then let's turn off the extended hours. There you go. Took a while. Okay. So now I'm just going to quickly remove the drawings, and we're going to take a look at volume profile. So at this point in time, this is what the profile looks like. We hit value area high, pulled back to point of control, and then with volume profile trading, point of control is the price level at which the heaviest volume occurred. So 426.60, let's just call it. Moving forward into the session, this level is going to be a magnet for price. Unless we get buyers step in to create more volume here. And just looking at this currently, if we zoom in, you can see that this 424 level, we saw a lot of volume. So this point of control may change or repaint and reposition itself towards this area, probably within the next hour. So with volume profile trading, when we see price being traded, between this top black line and low bottom black line. So this is what they call value area high, and this is value area low. So if we're trading in between these two lines where the market is currently in balance, as they say, and that this price range of 422.56 to 429.27 is fair game, and this is areas in which buyers find the Tesla stock price to be reasonable for purchase. So as a mean reversion trader, what I like to do is when I see price fall out of value, either price extends lower or extends higher, and these black lines were to remain, the idea is to trade back into this value area zone and aim for point of control or any other support and resistances that may come along its way. My coffee. Let me turn on the sessions indicator. I'm going to draw fibs on this quick. Let me remove. Move this fib. I'm going to draw the fibs, swing high to swing low of this pivot. And as you can see, price bounced off of the value area low. And anyone who bought this candle right here which happens to be the top of the range, and that this is a strong buy of the initial touch for continued movement to the upside. And bulls are trying to take control of this price movement. So the idea is that price will gravitate back towards the point of control, which is currently at 426.60. And because we're coming back up from a bounce, this is a potential sell zone. That in gray. So if anyone who bought this, they're looking to take target right at the point of control, which also happens to be the 618 zone of this recent swing. And then we may see something like this. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, this point of control may repaint and move to the 424 level, because as you can see, right, we have this yellow peak, which is current point of control. And if we get enough buyers and volume at the 424 level, this point of control will move down here. And then traders will have to make adjustments. Just remove that. Turn the EMAs back on. All right, I'll quickly put an alert on the point of control. And we just have to wait and see if price wants to go back to the 426.60 level. But I bet you everyone's going to be front running it and maybe taking out at 426.50 or 426.40. That should happen within the next 5 minutes. Yep. Let's just wait and see what happens, with point of control, and then I could switch over to Bitcoin very quickly. Tesla made a pop here. Google would also been a perfect candidate for scalping today. As you can see, if you look at the volume, we have a pretty much um, even distribution. Look at Micron because that's up a lot today. Maybe they had earnings. No. Use this. Hit an intraday record of 683 and is trading toward a sixth weekly gain. Wow, anyone invested in Micron just 1 year ago, up 525%. Insane. I remember this used to be in the 30s. Haven't looked at this one in a while. Okay. Apple. Let me see. Apple begin to roll over. Yep. So Apple will begin to roll over. If we go to the 1 minute, we see some divergence here. Momentum is moving lower. Price moved slightly higher, so that's early divergence for it to pull back. And my guess would be that it's going to move towards the point of control, which is right there, 423.26. So if you're someone who wants to do a short scalp, it'd be very low risk because the stop would just be right above today's high. And see how that plays out. We hit this on Tesla just yet? Looks like it's about to. Yeah, excuse me. Last week, as mentioned with Bitcoin, we knew that we were Price was hitting the 200 EMA and that we were expecting a pullback to about 78,000. I quickly drew a fib from this low to that high. Oh, looks like I've already done that. Yeah, so today most likely we're going to see Bitcoin consolidate. Profit taking took place in the 82.8 level, pulled back to the 38 to 50% area. We may have a temporary bounce on the short term. Currently, the 12-hour SMIs are still pointing down. So over the weekend, price may retreat back to 78,000, let's just call it 77,960 into the golden fib zone, or the 100 EMA on the daily time frame. So that I will be watching, so I could just DCA more into some Bitcoin for long term. On the intraday time frame, if you want to take a look at the price action, and I'll turn the sessions indicator back on. All right. So I drew the high and low of Asian session. We can see, and then I'm just going to draw some boxes here, and then we're going to see how it played out. Okay. And we do the high low of London. Yeah, so once we broke out of Asian sessions highs at 80,145, the target to take was the 618 of the London session, which was 80,443. And you see a huge sell-off, on this candle. Huge burst up, and then a really big wick to the downside. Now reverse this Fibonacci, and you can see the buyers defended this this 5618 zone of the London session, and that's an area to have made a purchase. So this sell-off occurred at 5:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Sold off, and then the New York session bought this dip and brought it back up to this 80,443 mark. Interesting. If I throw the pivots back on, right, so at New York session, it defended the 79,561 level, as you can see right here. Even if you just use the pivots as your only indicator, you can see that the 80,404 was already a level to take profit if you did go long on the S1 of the pivot. And then you could have just re-entered right here. right, so where are we going to move for the rest of the session for Bitcoin? Let's take a look. It's not the one. And you can see how the daily VWAP clouds looked really good with trading Bitcoin. As you can see, eventually late into the session of Asia, it finally bounced off of the VWAP cloud below, hit VWAP. During London session, this would have been a perfect buy to go long to target the VWAP. I believe this is a monthly VWAP, this orange line. And you could have just taken target at the 80,000 mark. We retraced back to the VWAP, moved up, pulled back to the VWAP. And this initial touch of this VWAP during the New York session would have been a great area to get back in if you're intraday trading Bitcoin. Interesting. Turn the nice. Okay, so Tesla did end up hitting the point of control as we mentioned. And rather than pulling back, it decided to cut right through it, which is nice. So if you're bullish, this is something you would like to see. I I knew that we were going to go back to the point of control after we bottomed out near the value area low. I was expecting a minor pullback to the VWAP to go higher, but it looks like it just decided to take off. So this is extremely bullish. We're now hitting the top of the value area high on Tesla. The question is, are we going to see a triple top? Right? That's something that we have to wait and see. If we take a look at, and price is probably most likely going to pull back to point of control because sellers are going to be defending their positions here. Or maybe sellers are going to start coming in to sell short Tesla on this pullback. Let's take a look at the stochastics. Stochastics. We're still in overbought territory, and we are pretty much at extreme levels. We should see some type of pullback very soon.
I just wanted to add something. On a 5-minute, if the stochastics do form a bearish divergence, then it would probably be a higher probability that it might pull back even more. So that would be a good position to take a short.
Mm-hmm. So you see divergence on the 5-minute?
No. I'm just saying, like, if it
Oh,
forms a
if it forms,
divergence.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here we go. Either the bulls are taking profit, knowing that this value area high was going to be a target, or bears stepped in. Either way, we are seeing a pullback. I'm expecting it to go back to the point of control here.
I think the point of control just moved just now.
No, it was right here. 426.60.
Oh, I think I'm looking at a different indicator then. The PVP? What's that?
Oh, it's a volume profile.
Oh, okay.
You know what? You're right. I think it did move because my alert was up here.
Yeah.
It just moved just a little bit. I'll just delete this. I don't know why the alerts don't go off.
Hmm.
Excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So when Tesla was at value area high, my prediction is that we were going to go back to the point of control. What ended up happening is that it did hit the point of control, but the point of control moved, as well as the value area high up here, right? So that's part of the tricky part with volume profile, right? It's gonna have you're gonna have dynamic targets, and depending if there is a repaint of the point of control, you would have to close the position, or yeah, or just take profit if you are already in profit. So if people or bears who had shorted this had their stop at break even when they were already in profit, then they would have either closed out at break even or with a small profit. If they had their stops up here, they would have gotten stopped out, and that's the reason why we see this big red candle here. It's kind of like a short squeeze and a reversal. So it looks like we had the value area high move up a little bit more, as well as the point of control. That was a wash trade for anyone who sold at that level. And wash trade meaning just break even. All right. If this wants to go higher, we have to look for potential targets on the upside. We're already past the daily pivots, so I'll just remove that. I don't know why I did not get an alert on the PVP. Yeah, so this is now probably wants to roll over because we're getting bearish divergence on momentum. So the price did go up a little bit, or it curled up, and then we're seeing the stochastic go down. And then the point of control just moved. So lots of volume occurring here at the 428 level. Most likely get a retracement back to the 50 EMA. The market makers knew that anyone who was anticipating this short had their stops up here above previous daily highs at 429.85, took out the stops, and probably will kind of pull this back. Personally, I would be wary of going long near this area. The idea behind mean reversion and volume profile trading is that you buy when price is below value area, or you sell when price is, above the value area high. So we're kind of like in this weird zone where the market needs to decide if it wants to push higher or go lower. And just so happens the point of control is right near value area high. So I would just sit on my hands at this point until the market decides to either break out higher or pull back. MicroStrategy is selling off. It means we should see Bitcoin pulling back. Yeah. Intel has been on a tear since March 30th. 187% to the upside. Crazy part about this current climate right now is that stocks are performing like altcoins right now. You know, since September of 2025, we just see Intel just rip up. Insane. These are altcoin like gains here with Tesla. Intel. 277% since September of 2025. Wow. And if we take a look at the altcoin market with crypto, let's look at the others total market cap excluding the top 10. Altcoins are not doing that well. We did have some run up along with Bitcoin's price action, but go to the crypto market altcoin season indicator. I mean, apparently we're in altcoin season. That doesn't mean all the altcoins are going up. That just means it's performing better than Bitcoin currently. Top 100 coins performance over 90 days. And these, I haven't heard of most of these. These are brand new. Siren? What does that do? No Zcash. Wow, okay. There's BTC. The Tesla rollover, bearish divergence on the 5-minute chart. Turn the volume profile back on. I'll be right back. It's currently 8:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So in 20 minutes, 9 a.m. New York lunch hour should be kicking in. So we should see some movement within the next 20 minutes to determine whether Tesla wants to go higher or break down lower to the VWAP. But during the lunch hour, we should see price break down to either of these Fibonacci extension zones. We have to see what Tesla wants to do within the next 19 minutes before lunchtime. We're currently at point of control. Are we going to go back down to the VWAP, which is near the Fib extension buy zone during lunchtime? Or are we going to go much higher to the 431 level? However, I do see a lot of negative bearish order blocks here. So that could be a sell wall, which would mean we should see some volatility spike lower to the Fib extension zone and bring ourselves closer to the value area low of the session. So we have to wait and see. But currently this area would not be ideal for taking any scalps. Quickly move over to Bitcoin because I saw something interesting. So it looks like we pulled back to this pretty much close to the 5061.8 zone, which is previous support from this morning's open, which is a good area to go long. If you're day trading Bitcoin. This volatility spike that we're seeing 15 minutes before the lunch hour. Looks like he wants to just absorb all of this sell order blocks here and head over to the fib extension zone. Okay, we're 10 minutes to New York lunchtime. But this mini swing might have been the volatility spike that I was looking for right before lunch. We're looking at bearish divergence moving into the New York lunchtime, indicated by higher highs on price and lower lows on the stochastic momentum index. We should see this retreat back to the fib extension buy zone and our VWAP. So any would-be sellers would have already taken profit at the point of control or looking for their second target at the VWAP. And we should see that move very quickly within the next 8 minutes. This is now beneath the 50 EMA. It's going to move back up to the 50 EMA and have continued sell movement down to 426.19. So what I'm expecting it price to do currently is hit this area and do something like this and go down here.
What makes you have these predictions?
Well, just being aware of when the New York lunch hour begins. I've seen several patterns in which market makers make a final push right before they begin the lunch hour, where volume gets dried up and the algorithms kick in and begin either a consolidation or manipulation period in the market.
But what helps you like determine the direction for that time being?
We're looking for either divergences near market tops. In this case, we made higher highs. We are at extreme levels based on Fibonacci, and anticipating that using the stochastic momentum index and looking for bearish divergences at the tops or bullish divergences at the bottoms.
The extremes.
The far extremes, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's exactly what I was predicting. That because we closed below the 50 EMA, it was going to retest it, continue a sell-off. Now, when it hits this previous support at 427.25, we may see, some candles maybe go sideways or a slight move up from there. What's going to happen is stops are going to be hit, and then we should see some type of flush down to the downside in the Fibonacci extension sell zone.
Yeah. I've been watching like a lot of trading videos on how these successful traders how they've become successful, and one of the questions on the podcast was asked, for anyone who's a beginner out there, what are some words of wisdom or advice on someone who's trying to learn this game, and with all the all the information out there with all these indicators, what would you tell them on how to start and be successful or something like that, right? And so this successful trader, she's a female. She's supposedly the number 2 greatest trader in the world or something. I forget her name. I can look it up. But
She's from Korea, right?
No,
With the short hair? Oh, okay.
she's from US. Darker skinned.
Hmm.
She looks really young. Anyway, she was talking about, it seemed like she didn't know how to answer the question, but supposedly she's like the world's top trader in the world.
Okay.
So she said, along the lines of like learning all the indicators. She said it's good to know what all the indicators do, and um, how when you see something on the chart, all these indicators line up, and that would tell you, what direction to take or whatnot. So basically, I think what she's trying to say is like confluence. Like if there's confluence with the indicators that you use that makes sense to you, then that's the direction that you should take or something. But as I was thinking about it, like I was thinking about our journey of like us learning how to, how to trade and all that stuff. And me being a teacher, I was thinking like, what would I tell someone who's a beginner knowing what I know, right? So I was thinking, well, if anyone who's starting to learn, it really just depends on, first of all, your style, because everyone learns differently or processes information differently. So it depends on if you're minimalistic or you want to do simple or whatnot. But I think the most important things to consider is that you need something like an indicator uh, to determine where you get in and where you get out. So levels, that could be like, Fibonacci levels, volume profiles, ADRs, VWAPs, whatever, right? It could even be like trend lines and support and resistance. So those levels could determine where you get in and where you get out. And the second indicator that I think is very important to have is something that gives you the direction. So it could also be trend lines, like the trend of the chart, and it could also be like the stochastics, like what gives momentum, depending on like the long term overall overview of the trend, or the the chart itself, like if you're on a 5 minute or whatnot. So I think those two, if you have those two, knowing where you get in, where you get out, and the direction, could be like a beginning process for a trader who's trying to learn how to, trade for themselves. What do you think?
Yeah, but what was your original question?
My question was like, what helps you determine,
Oh, yeah.
you know, your predictions, basically? Like I was just curious
No,
on like, well, I know why you're saying this because, I know, but just for anyone who's watching this, like
yeah,
they're
yeah.
probably thinking like, what, how do you know this? Or what makes you predict this? Like this could be like a 5 hour long stream and they forgot what you what you mentioned like an hour ago. So
So a lot of it is just understanding your indicators, whatever that indicator may be, whether it's moving averages, pivots, stochastics. You could be using, Keltner channels, VWAPs, anything that you're able to read very easily as a technical analyst. If you're going to be doing chart reading and, chart drawings, know how the indicator works, know how the tools work in conjunction with other indicators. So for example, if you want to you look at moving averages, which is one of the most basic indicators. Understand how moving averages work. Understand how it's calculated. Understand how price reacts to that indicator. Right? Simply just put one indicator on the chart and see how price reacts to it. So, for example, if I just had the moving averages on here and turned everything off, uh, I just literally just turned everything off. So, okay, so the point is, obviously this indicator has multiple moving averages, but let's take a look at just the 50 EMA highlighted in this blue color and with this gray cloud around it. So if you were just to focus on this 50 EMA, right, just one indicator, look at how price reacts to this, where we see price open, move higher, touches the 50 EMA, and then bounces. And then once price crosses the 50 EMA, which could indicate a trend reversal, moves up and then goes lower, and then price is now below the 50 EMA. So basically, a move, seeing where price is relative to the 50 EMA, whether it's above it or below it, that is already one tool that you can have, on your tool belt to determine where price may go or which direction price may go. Right. So here's another good example. Price was below the 50 EMA. Price moved above it, used it as support, meaning after its initial move up, pulled back to this 50 EMA, and then we see this candle, right, to indicate bullish movement and continued onward above it, right? So if you had a simple strategy of just buying price when it touches the 50 EMA, when there's continued bullish movement, that would have been already a good strategy to like either open a trade here and then close at the touch of the 50 EMA. Obviously, you didn't capture the entire movement, but with just one indicator alone, right? That was 4.26% or $17.34 on Tesla. So if you had 100 shares, $1,734. So even just understanding how one indicator works, you put that on your tool belt and then you build from there. Let's just say you have this 50 EMA and then you have a stochastic momentum index or another type of stochastic such as RSI. See how in conjunction with the 50 EMA, if going back to this other example where you knew that this was an area where price was going to probably bounce, and then understanding how candle patterns work and support and resistance, that this was continued movement to the upside, and then you see that stochastic, the SMI was leaving the oversold territory, which indicated that bullish momentum was at play. So you just build from there, understanding how different indicators work together in conjunction with price and see how price reacts to those. You begin to formulate a thesis as to where price may go, and that's where you have to come along and find indicators that combine well together, and that's easy for you to visually see on the chart, right? There's Elliott wave analysis. For the life of me, I wouldn't be able to, understand that because a lot of it is subjective. And most of the indicators are subjective. However, with the Elliott wave, there's like different wave patterns and whatnot. A lot of it could be subjective. And to someone who's just a beginner, that subjectivity is just going to lead to, confusion and not know what to do in what situations. What you want to do is just find indicators that give you easy signals visually to however you interpret it, whether it's pivots, SMIs, or EMAs. You progressively add indicators to your tool belt, and then it comes to a point where you are able to make predictions, whether price is going to bounce off the 50 EMA or move up or move higher or price go lower, and then you make trades based on that assumption. So really, it's a combination of understanding how different indicators work, how price action works, really, right? Not just indicators, but understanding how candlesticks work. And in this case, I'm using volume bars. So that's an easy indication for me to show that there's volume in a particular candle and to indicate continued price movement. So just looking at the volume bar indicator through TradingView, you can see that all of the candles here on a 1 minute chart are pretty much, a similar size to each other until we get to this candle. And then you see these bigger candles and wider candles to indicate, a lot of volume, a lot of bullish volume is, is being deployed out into the market. A lot of it too is just understanding how support and resistance works. So if you could just draw simple support and resistance lines, if you drew a line up here, and you have your 50 EMA, you wait for price to bounce off your 50 EMA, you see the candles, become wide using the volume bars, and then we see a clean break above previous resistance. And when there's a break of previous resistance, that's an indication that we have bullish movement and may continue going higher. But once you have volume in mind, a resistance break of price, a bounce out the 50 EMA, a stochastic momentum moving up, all of those pieces of evidence would give you a thesis of going long. So that's how I'm able to combine different indicators and make, price predictions um, and determinations as to where price may go. So going back to your question, how do you figure it out? Stick with one indicator, see how it works in combination of other indicators, and add it to your tool belt. Train your eyes to recognize patterns and how it reacts to whatever indicator you select.
Yeah, I think with with lots of study and experience, I think this is where you start getting the nature of the how
Right.
the market moves.
You
Yeah,
have to put in the work. If you
yeah,
want to be a TA, you can follow. There's great traders, YouTubers, courses, gurus out there that have a paid service where they make all the decisions for you. Um, but that's them giving you, a fish. Would you rather have someone give you a fish every day for you to eat, or do you want to train yourself to learn how to fish and go out into these markets, make your own decisions, be independent, be self-reliant, and make a business for yourself? And to me, that's ultimate freedom. If you could make your own decisions, be accountable for your mistakes, enjoy the wins, um, and that's freedom to me, right? And that's why I think this is the best type of business to have, the best type of job to have, hopefully to replace my 9 to 5 one day. um, that this is the ultimate job for you to have freedom to work remotely, to spend more time with your family and friends, to be your own boss, to choose your own hours, obviously during market session hours. If you're trading crypto, it's 24/7. So you figure out and find the best opportunities for you. It's almost kind of like, you know, you're you're a 49er trying to find gold in California during the gold rush. Um, you're looking at these charts, finding for opportunities. You're out in the riverbed trying to find some gold nuggets while you're gold panning. So there's opportunities to be made here. There's money to be made. It's just a matter of you training your eyes and going out there and finding that gold, finding those opportunities, or grabbing your fishing pole, going out to the ocean and learning how to fish for yourself and how to find, um, all these money making opportunities, as I mentioned. So definitely, right? Go out there, put in the work, do some TA, find a content creator, YouTuber that resonates with you. If you like what I do, like and subscribe, comment if you have any suggestions on how I should run the channel. If there's any tickers you want me to see, I'll provide all this information, free education. Um, and I stream Thursdays and Fridays, and ideally to come out with a weekly recap on the weekends and a video upload on the weekends, and to prepare for the upcoming week for trading. But yeah, uh, yeah, find a combination of indicators that works for you. Put in the work. You really have to put in a lot of screen time, right? Anyone who says that they don't look at screens for TA, one, they're either BSing you, or two, they've already put in their work and years of experience ahead of, way back when. And it's to the point where they've mastered their system to where they don't have to look at it or even make the drawings that I am making right now. This is only just for visual purposes. Most of the time, I'm just looking at my phone while I'm at work and then able to make these predictions on price without even having to draw all of this because I know how my indicators work. So I could just take a quick glance on some patterns. And to me, how I train my eyes, I look for what's best for my type of system. And my type of system is a mean reversion style of trading, where we look for extremes into the VWAP clouds or extremes using the value volume profile, where we see price jump out of value and get pulled back in. These are the trades that I like to take, and trying to gauge the timing of it by using momentum. So yeah, putting in a lot of time and hours, and ideally, to be able to make a business out of this trading game and minimize losses, of course, right? Financial education, and this is for entertainment purposes only, but only risk that whatever you're able to afford to risk. So to have some basic financial principles in place, already have, at least 3 to 6 months worth of emergency funds, have your mutual funds or your retirement accounts, in order, uh, minimize debt, optimize your savings, optimize your income, and then, take a crack at this, uh, you know, risking no more than 2% of your account, rather than uh, getting a second job, you know, keep your day job and then make this trading game and trading business a second income, right? And at the same time, you're learning a life skill. You're learning something that, once you learn this skill and you've trained your eyes, you'll never forget it. And it's something that provides a lot of value to your life, for your family, for your time. Um, Be because you don't have to necessarily spend hours in front of the screen like I am doing every Thursday and Friday. You could just literally make one trade per day and make your daily wage or your 8-hour income in less than 1 hour.
Yeah, totally agree. I feel like this is a game within a game. If and let me explain, like this, you're trying to solve a puzzle, and the game is you coming up with your own game to solve the puzzle because you're creating your own strategy. So in technically it's kind of like you're creating your own game in order for you to make money out of this. Maybe game is not the correct word to say because it's but
It's
do you know what I
business.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, business. You're creating your own system in this business.
I agree. It's kind of like well, my analogy is always video games with this, right? It's a build your own character. It's build choose your own adventure type of thing. Because you could follow people on YouTube, um, pay for services where they just make the calls for you. But in my opinion, you will never truly be free unless you're able to figure this information out yourself. Um, and that's what I want to do with this channel, is to provide free education and eventually build some type of service. But in the meantime, until, as we build our account, as we, um, continue to stream and provide information, I want to become part of the business, part of this whole idea of doing this is just to become content creators and to provide value, create a community to share and spread ideas about technical analysis, about trading, um, to empower people, for anyone who wants to trade, who wants to increase their income, free up more time from having to work a 9 to 5. So if you like what you see, and if you want to see more, like and subscribe, place a comment. If there's anything you want to see here for future videos and streams, we could gladly do that for you.
I like your video game analogy. That was awesome.
Thanks, babe.
That was cool. You should use that often.
Yeah, I mean, like also like fishing, like, right, and gold panning. You have to go out there, put in the work, learn how to do it yourself, and eventually you'll be a free man, a free woman, free person, right? So
Yeah.
I've always been independent. I always wanted to learn how things work. That's kind of like my nature of how my mind works. So I always wanted to just figure things out myself. And like you said, putting all the puzzle pieces together.
Yeah. It came to the point where like you don't need the indicators. That's why you said that. Like you could just look at your phone and just know. Um, there's a point where you just kind of like, for example, Fibonacci. Like you don't even need to draw the levels because you already know that's a 618 pullback or that's a 618 extended
Right,
area
right.
zone. Like it's
Like
like you just see it. You can't unsee it anymore.
yeah, it's like the spacing. Like for example,
Yeah, the
from
spacing.
from this pivot to that pivot, I know this is a 38.2 pullback.
Oh, you're so good. Let's see.
After
Unless you do it already.
no, I have to reverse it. Yeah,
Yeah, you're so good.
not
It's a zone.
not to the
It's not
T.
like
It's a
to the
zone,
tick.
right? It's
Yeah,
not to
it's
the
the
tick.
zone.
It's a zone, right? But I just knew
Mm.
visually, just looking at this pivot, this was a 38.2 pullback.
Yeah, because it's before the middle line. It's before the
Pretty much. If you could just,
yeah.
yeah, like if you look at let me delete that again. If you look at from this swing low to this swing high, look for the middle point, and you just know that's the 50% retracement, and then halfway back up, that's the 38.2, and then from the midpoint, the next level down is like the 618, right? So you
Yeah.
don't have to necessarily draw. Um, I mean, visually, I could see it, but the reason why I draw this a lot is because I'm really just looking for the Fibonacci extensions,
Yeah.
right? Traditionally, this is not the correct tool to use to draw Fibonacci extensions, but because um, this has the retracements embedded already, I just use the Fibonacci retracement tool and add the extensions. And you could look at my settings here if you want to take a screenshot. This is what I currently have for my Fibonacci retracement, and added the extensions by manually inputting the numbers. So if you're watching this, feel free to take a screenshot of this. These are my settings for Fibonacci extensions and retracements.
I remember way back when you were like, why would I want to start a YouTube channel? They're gonna just steal all my strategies. And look at you giving it all away.
Well, those are the easy ones, Fibonacci
Yeah.
retracements, but when to draw the swing highs and swing lows was something I wanted to save.
Uh, oh, okay. Okay.
Like and subscribe. Just kidding.
It's a secret. Just kidding. I think we gave it away already, though.
They're probably not going to go back to previous streams and watch all 5 hours. Or will
Mm,
they?
I know, right? Just to find that. Well, they can use the ask
Yeah.
button now.
Ask Gemini.
Ask Gemini, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway,
No, but by the time someone does that, I mean we're already we might already have an audience.
Yeah,
and
hopefully.
subscriber count. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a lot of manipulation on Tesla during the lunch hour. My prediction was that it was going to go lower to the fib extension zone. It may take some time to get there. We did see manipulation. Price went above the 50 EMA. As we mentioned during New York lunch hour, we get very low volume, consolidation, manipulation, and we did see it eventually go lower. And what we're looking for is an eventual end over here at the Fibonacci extension buy zone for price to terminate. I may have to just extend this. So we're probably going to see a bounce, hit point of control, hit the 50 EMA, and this would be a strong influence area for it to continue to the Fibonacci extension zone, which was my original prediction right before the lunch hour. I'm just going to keep this on here. We knew that the VWAP was catching up to price, and this fib extension is fib extension buy zone is here, as drawn from a Fibonacci swing. And as you can see right over here, we formed lower highs, right? So that's according to Dow theory. You know, when you see something making, you know, higher highs, higher lows, that's bullish, and bearish, you have higher lows and lower lows. So I'm going to draw this angle. So this angle right here would be resistance, and we have to see how price reacts. We do see point of control intersecting with this trend line. We are underneath the 50 EMA. We're seeing the faster EMAs curling below it, and we're looking for continued movement to the 426.25 level. And let's see what happens here. Quickly browse through other tickers. MicroStrategy is holding. IBIT is holding along with Bitcoin and everything else. Nvidia has made a higher low, but has also made lower highs. So it is creating this type of flag pattern. So we're basically going to see price kind of just go in and out like this until price decides to either go higher or break lower. So we'll have to see what happens. All while it stays between the value area. Value area high at 216.89, value area low at 215.09. And we're gonna kind of just see Nvidia bounce around. That's Nvidia. Down here, kind of like in a weird zone. Looks like Google's most likely gonna hit point of control, 399. Probably just go there. based on the momentum and the stochastic curling up. Let me check the 5-minute. Oh, the point of control just literally moved. Okay, never mind. Cancel. Point of control just switched up on us. I would close the trade if I had taken a trade to go long there. All right, back to Tesla. Yeah, we're kind of just going sideways on Tesla right now. I was looking for a breakdown to the VWAP. That might happen right after lunch, after 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Currently 12:28 in New York. This Nvidia play looks interesting though. Let's see what happens if it decides to break below this trend line or above this trend line. So there's definitely going to be a move 15 minutes before 10:30, so 10:15 I'm estimating for Nvidia. Because the New York PM session begins at 10:30. That. Let's move it to 10:30. Yeah, it's currently 9:29 Pacific Standard Time, 10:30. The New York PM session should begin. So Nvidia needs to make up its mind if it wants it to break lower or higher. Obviously, since we had a gap up and we had bullish movement, the bias right now is for it to continue to go higher. Okay, I'll leave the chart on Tesla. I'll be right back. Take a bathroom break. All right, we're 15 minutes before the end of the lunch hour. We should see some volatility come in very soon. During the lunch, we saw a break of this downward trend line, broke through it, almost kind of like did a retest. This could be just all manipulation. My original prediction was that we're just going to go to the fib extension buy zone and VWAP. These are classic signs right here when it broke the trend line that this was supposed to go higher. But we're going to see, because this is a manipulation hour, you know, this was probably something that algorithms set up for the bulls to fail. But we'll see. It's 15 minutes, about 14 until the hour closes. I think this is anyone who went long is probably going to get wiped out, and then we just have a straight flush to the VWAP soon. So that's my prediction. But my original one, when we found our price down here to the point of control and under the 50 EMA, was to go straight to the fib extension buy zone. Obviously, it's during lunch hour, during the manipulation time, but we have to wait and see what happens. And if I truly scalp this, you know, my stop would either be based on ATR or based on one of the structures right here. But if I was already in profit, kind of like maybe even if the candle went down here, I would have already moved my short slightly above break even or at break even, and I would have been taken out. That would have been a scratch if I truly did take a short here once I was already in profit. Yeah. And then let's see if the original prediction works out here, where we hit the VWAP for this fib buy zone. Mentioned in the previous stream, for all the U.S. All the traders in the U.S., they're gonna the government's gonna be changing, or I believe it's FINRA. Anyways, we're gonna be having a pattern day trading rule. What that means is that traders can now day trade, you know, and still be under the 25,000 requirement, because currently, right now, you have to have $25,000 to be able to make more than 3 trades per day. And if you do more than 3, your account will be locked and you'll only be subject to just buying and holding. But on June 4th next month, which is going to be Thursday, June 4th, they're going to be eliminating that $25,000 requirement. And then you'll only need 2,000 to be able to day trade with margin. Obviously, you should have more than 2,000, but that's the minimum requirement that they're asking for $2,000. But if you're watching this, or you're someone who's been on the sidelines and has been looking to trade some time, and you have some money that you can risk, that's not, you know, your mortgage money or your money for food or car payments or anything like that, and you want to learn how to do this business and start your own day trading business, either as a side income or main income, June 4th next month would be the best day. And that depends on the broker. You know, Schwab, Fidelity, Robinhood will implement it on the day of, or maybe the following Monday on June 8th. But definitely follow your broker's news. But the idea for us as for this channel is to create a brand new account with you know, very little capital. I'm not sure if I haven't figured out how much I actually want to start out with. If it's between the 5 to 10K range, or maybe a little bit more, but definitely under 25K. And that's the whole point here with the pattern day trading rule change, is that you'll be able to day trade, and you'll be able to watch the stream and take trades for yourself based on your own analysis, or you could watch what I do. Thursdays and Fridays, I'll be scalping these swings that I predict on Tesla and any other thing that I find interesting. But yeah, the idea now is to, for me, as a small content creator, is to just keep the consistency of streaming Thursdays and Fridays, and then a weekly recap and preparation for the upcoming week to prepare for June 4th, so I could be trading live on stream. And you get to see my wins and losses and whatever happens in between. If you like what you see, like and subscribe, comment if there's a ticker you want me to take a look at. But the plan is sometime in June to be able to scalp trade Tesla or anything that I find interesting once they change that pattern day trading rule. So you could easily just trade, depending on the cost of the ticker. Right? Obviously, Tesla is an expensive stock, $427.50. Depending on your starting capital, not financial advice, but just for educational purposes only, you could be just trading, maybe 5 shares of Tesla, right? Or 25 shares. So as an example, let's say, you were able to see this opportunity. It was a bounce right here from the 5-minute range. And then let's say you went long, and obviously the point of control is different here now because it's moved since this morning. But let's just say you were looking to take profit at the retest of this high right here. So you went long here at 422.90, and you sold at the retest or maybe slightly below it. Let's just say 650. So you were able to capture that $6.50 move on Tesla. And let's just say you only had, 5 shares to play with. So 32.50, right? Right, 25 shares. 162.50. Not bad for how long did that trade take? So you got in, let's say you got in here. You got out there. So $20 to $25 in 26 minutes. For most people in America, this is, either 8 hours of work or more. Obviously, 100 shares of Tesla, $650. And if you moved up with 25 share increments, so 125 shares times 650, boom, $812.50. Right, that's only on one trade. So there's plenty of scalping opportunities throughout the day. Based on education, you want to do your own research. This is not financial advice. There's plenty of scalping opportunities here. Just be sure that you have some risk management rules in place, and you have your stops, or your exits, your mental stops and mental exits ready when it goes against you. Right, maybe the original prediction will play out. Currently it's 9:55, 5 minutes until lunchtime. Five more minutes for lunch, for New York lunch. And we're breaking this previous support. We're going to see a flush down to the VWAP, which would be, my opinion, a good area to buy. That's the reason why I have this arrow down here. Well, initially to close the short, but if I saw this and I'm bullish, I would have a limit order to purchase at the VWAP. And we might see some volatility around this VWAP. It may even just go down to the 200, but I go to the 5-minute chart, look at we see Price is clearly in the oversold area, and what we're looking for is potential support. Let's see what happens. 4 more minutes. The price is once again beneath the 50 EMA here. We're going to see if there's going to be continued downward movement to the Fibonacci extension zone. Look at Nvidia. I made some predictions on a potential flag or triangle. Okay, so here it is. So with Nvidia, we've had these lower highs, and from here we have higher lows. I drew those two trend lines. We were looking for a break either up or down, but now during the lunch hour, we saw price find itself underneath the 50 EMA. We've now broken this downward trend line, and the bias right now on a 1 minute time frame is bearish. So we have this initial break of the trend line. What's going to happen is price is going to retest the 200 and or 50 EMA and trend line, and then continue down. So let's see if that happens. I'll just draw some arrows so you can see it visually. Probably just do something like that, and maybe that. Be right back. Oh, just Test 1 2, test 1 2. Test 1 2, test 1 2. How's the music volume? Looking at the 15 stochastic momentum index, we're about to cross the midline. Took a while for it to roll over only because there was a lot of manipulation during the lunch hour. But we're definitely going to see that flush to the area where I was looking to close a short if it didn't get manipulated during lunchtime.
Looking at the 15 stochastic
Oops.
momentum
Let me turn down the volume here. We're looking for a touch of the VWAP and Fib extension zone, and this would be a potential area to go long for a scalp. Once we get this 15-minute stochastic to close below, we're going to see a flush down. So at 10:30, right now it's 10:17. At 10:30, the New York PM session begins, and I have it marked out right here at 10:30 a.m. So we should see some move happen either right before the 10:30 session or right after. So as I mentioned, lots of manipulation during the New York lunch hour by the algorithms, and low volume, right? So my initial prediction was when we crossed and saw the bearish divergence on the stochastic on the 1 minute time frame, and then we found price below the 50 EMA, my prediction was that we were gonna retest the 50 and then go lower. But because the lunch hour came in, algorithms went to go check and see where all the open orders are, manipulated everybody to think that they were just going to go short, right? Obviously, if we look at previous support, that was an area that it was going to test. Broke this downward trend line that I drew, which would indicate that there would be some bullish movement, and there was just a little bit, looking for a retest, but then went back up and then pulled back lower. So what we're seeing now is a series of lower highs and lower lows. So we should see it eventually go to the VWAP. The VWAP is currently at $426. 9 minutes to 10:30. So it's come to a point where on the 1-minute chart, the 200 EMA has now caught up to the VWAP in this Fibonacci extension buy zone. So we're going to see a lot of reactions in this area. So if you're bullish and you think that Tesla would continue to move up in the PM session, then this area would be a good opportunity to buy. If I was a scalper at 426, maybe even at 425. Here we go. A quick spike on a 1-minute chart. I think we should see a quick flush and then a wick. The 15 minutes pretty good at gauging momentum as well. When you see the stochastic, it's about to cross the midline, and we should see some flush to the downside. 5 more minutes until that 15-minute bar is printed. And then 10:30 a.m. begins the New York PM session. Be a potential front run of the VWAP. If you compare the volatility and price movement compared to this morning, you can see how the candles are wide. We have huge price surges and volatility. And then as we got towards the New York lunchtime, candles got thin. Very little volume compared to this morning open. And you just see a lot more, tiny waves, if you want to call it that, little spikes of price, but no, a clear direction. Obviously, it's like sloping downward, but we didn't have any swings like how we did this morning. Like I said, it's, volume dries up, a lot of manipulation during the New York lunch hour. Maybe, I don't know how they do it in New York, but maybe everyone's already done for the week. It's a Friday. Everyone made their money. Lunch is over. Maybe they've already had a few beers in them, and they're just going to be chilling until, end of their workday. Market makers could have already, checked out to see the open orders, check the order books, see where they want to take price after the New York lunch hour. But this little hidden bullish divergence, so we're seeing price go down right before the lunch hour, and yet on the 1 minute chart, momentum move up. Early bullish divergence right at the beginning of the New York PM session. So I was looking for a clean sweep down to the VWAP, 200 and fib extension zone. Let's see what happens. This blue line right here, this is an hourly pivot. I toggle it on and off from here and out, but I'm looking at it right now. It looks like it's pretty good to be used as a magnet as well. So this blue line is an hourly pivot. This one in green is a 4-hour. Don't remember the red. Let's see. Okay, so the blue line is the 1-hour pivot. The green is 4-hour. The red is 8-hour. So similar to like point of control, these hourly pivots they would act as magnets as well. The price would react to it. But as you can see during the lunch hour, when it hit the hourly pivot, it reversed from there, tried to get to it. Obviously, we still have the point of control in orange here. But a lot of consolidation, waiting for volume to come back into the market. But if I was a buyer, I'd wait for, price to go down here to 426 to 425. Excuse me. Look at Nvidia. So it looks like we bounced. I was thinking that it was going to go down lower to the VWAP cloud, and that's where they're, I would take a hypothetical trade long for a scalp. Looks like it just used the value area low support, and it went back to point of control. And let me just remove these lines. So it bounced off of value area low, went back to point of control and VWAP. Super tight range on Tesla right now. Just odd considering, all the price action that took place during the first 2 hours. Let's run up on MicroStrategy and Bitcoin. Let me just remove some of these EMAs and the VWAPs very quickly. We did analysis on Bitcoin. We marked the high and low of the Asian session, London session, and it gave us Fibonacci extension sell zone levels. We broke it down at the beginning of stream, before it got real messy here. But from a volume profile perspective, we see that during the New York Open, we knew that this was a 50618 zone for potential support. And right at the beginning of the New York session, traders bought it, and it happened to be out of, it had breached the value area low. So not only was it falling out of value and was also on a 618, that was a strong area of support, which we ended up going back to value area high. So if you had played that, that was $756, right? Pulled back down right before New York lunch, and here we are. Touched value area low, which happened to be previous support. Front ran the point of control right before lunch. Who knows, maybe the point of control was a little bit lower, but now it hit the point of control, total $543. Getting a lot of volume right at New York PM session, indicated by this wide candle bar. The 5 minute, if we drill down to the 1 minute, see how that played out. Obviously, this is a 618 zone. If we drew the swing high, swing low right before lunch, right there. If I was following it closely, maybe. And to confuse you even more, downward, we have a diagonal trend line. So from New York peak to New York lunch, we connect those highs. Right at the beginning of New York PM session, it broke out of that diagonal trend line, right? Volume, and we're going to see a pullback and possibly a retest of this pivot line, which is a 8-hour pivot line, or this diagonal triangle, and continue higher, because this is a break of the diagonal trend line. Tesla still just in a very tight range, which is odd. So it ended up just front running the fib extension zone. So price is now above the 50 EMA. Stochastic still crossing the midline, going lower, which is odd that this candle is moving up. So once again, lots of manipulation when there's low volume in the market. All the algorithms, manipulate any traders that are out there, retail and whatnot. Minute stochastic looks like it's going to be move into the oversold territory, and once it does, the moment it crosses, we're going to see a flush to the downside. And if it does flush to the 214, 450 range, that would be a potential scalp long. But that's only when it falls out of value, which is this lower value area low at 215.09. Because it's still in the value area, it's still, a no trade zone, in my opinion. Might finally get that VWAP touch that we've been looking for. Took long enough to allow the 200 to finally catch up, the 200 EMA in the 1 minute chart. Once we see price hits this VWAP and 200, we're going to see a huge reaction. And I believe this is where buyers would step in and sellers close their shorts. So trading and doing analysis and price predictions, a lot of it is a bunch of if and then statements, if and then statements. Excuse my stuttering. So if price hits the VWAP, and then if it bounces, and the next sell target would either be this 1 hour pivot, a retest of the New York PM session high, or point of control. So if price comes down to the VWAP, then the prediction is for price to go back to point of control as a target. Week update. This was the 200 bounce that we were looking for and into the fib zone on Tesla. As we mentioned over here, we wanted to go short this market because there was bearish divergence and a retest of the 50. But since it was the lunch hour, there was a lot of manipulation to shake out the bears. And if I had gone short here, I probably would have gotten stopped out like at a break even, because at some point I would have been in profit, and I probably would have moved my stop, and then in that case it would have gotten stopped out. But the overall direction for the remainder of the day was just a slow grind lower, looking for price to go back down to the fib extension buy zone. And then if I was a scalper seeing this, I probably would have went long, somewhere near VWAP, right? And this is VWAP. VWAP is highlighted in green, or green highlight color.
Neon green.
Neon green, thank you. So if I was going long and I put a stop, I would put it below the structure. Or in fact, actually, if I went long at initial touch, that would not be a 1-for-1 situation. Excuse me. So figure out what your stop parameters are. Either if you want to look left and put your stop below this 424 mark, or ideally, since this is value area low, I would enter here and then possibly put a stop below 425 and aim for the point of control. So that would be about a 2-for-1 trade just by eyeballing it. If we put a target at there and put it just like right at a little bit under one, maybe underneath value area low, just a little bit. So, it's actually a 2.5 to 1 trade. So we would be long here, actually at VWAP. Let me put it at VWAP right there. So it's close to 2 to 1 risk to reward ratio. And this is the long that I was looking for since like before lunch hour, down in this section. The idea was to sell short, close the short, and then reverse and go long. But since I would have gone stop down this scenario during New York lunch manipulation hour, we were waiting for price to pull back to the 200. It finally had enough time to catch up, and this trade would be currently working out. We were looking for a VWAP bounce, and very quickly it's already heading to our point of control, which is at 428. So as you can see, my arrow drawn here, drew earlier, about maybe an hour ago. We're looking for a bounce to the 200 fib extension buy zone, VWAP, those three confluences, and then looks like the point of control just changed. At this point, I would probably just close my trade or raise.
What's your target though?
But my target was at point of control.
Oh.
It recently just moved.
Oh, I see.
So you could keep your target there and then just kind of like trail your stop. Either way, this is a free trade. We're almost in profit already. So if you saw just a few minutes ago, point of control was at 428. It readjusted to 427.75, which it still might just hit. But I would be mindful. I would raise my stops, make it a free trade.
Point of control moved again.
And the point of control just moved again back to its original spot.
Then you'd be out already.
I would already be out because when I saw that adjustment, and look at that, just spiked right through. So that would have been a winning trade. Obviously, if you're already in profit, you want to be able to manage your stops. Since in this case, we went in at the VWAP and then put our stop below value area low, which was an area, a decent area to put a stop. Got in at VWAP. Target was the point of control. That was a 2-for-1 trade. Easy. even though it took much longer for it to play out because we had to wait for the New York lunch to be over and then for the New York PM session to begin. So based on this bullish movement that basically the entire market was looking for, the shorts were looking to close at VWAP, the bulls were looking to buy at VWAP. We saw this bullish move moving up, basically breaking a diagonal trend line if you were to draw one among all these little waves. And the next target, other than point of control, is value area high at 429.74. And then after this trade, I would probably just literally call it a day. Since that trade took so long to play out, or this price action to play out the way that I was expecting it to, and then finally getting out of this trade, it's like, hey, you know, it's already 11:24 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I would probably call it out a day, considering that, you know, yesterday's live stream, we did have very successful hypothetical trades, which would have made already easily over $1,000 if you had traded about 100 to 200 shares scalping between, I think, 4 to 5 trades.
You're so smart.
So I'd pretty much be kind of burnt out for the day, considering that, I mean, although I didn't wake up before pre-market, you know, seeing all this price action and being focused on the screen, it sometimes does feel like a job. It feels like a day job, but I'd rather do this than, you know, the standard 9 to 5 in an office type of deal.
You love this though.
I love this stuff, but it is tiring just, you know, waking up. Although we did wake up like around market open, we didn't start the stream until maybe like 30 to 45 minutes after. But we'll get better through time, and we'll hold ourselves accountable once we start building an audience and we know that people are going to be relying on us. I'll definitely be up for that. But since we're just starting out, you know, the development of our schedule will get better. So as I was mentioning, you know, prior to this New York lunch, I drew a swing. We were looking for price to go down to Fibonacci extension buy zone or the Fibonacci extension sell zone above. So my bias was that it was going to go much lower because we did come from these lows, 416.39 all the way to 431. So naturally, there was going to be some type of price retracement. During lunch, it did meander in this very tight downward sloping channel. When we finally have price hit the VWAP and the Fibonacci extension buy zone that I was predicting, and the 200 EMA in this case, that we were going to see some price action come in and volatility step into the market. Obviously, we saw the price action hit here several hours later, and then shorts closed their positions and bought to close their shorts, and bulls came in to buy, which is currently the action that we're seeing right now. So we're going to obviously see the price move in waves, moves up, probably pull back to the 50 EMA, and maybe just hold the 50 EMA throughout the rest of the day going upward. But this play is already done in my book. We look at the 15 SMI. Yeah, so the 15 SMI, this is looking really good. We're looking to just, even though it is still an oversold territory, the fact that it's beginning to curl up means like we're pretty much at the beginning of a bullish move going upward on a 15-minute time frame. If we look at the 5 minutes, we're already moving up past the midline. 1 minute, obviously very reactive to the candle printings on a 1 minute time frame. 5 minute, we're just about to cross over bought, so we should see some strong price movement moving up right now. This is what it looks like on the 1 minute time frame, and here's that 1 minute, that reaction to that 5 minute crossing up over bot area. I would not enter here right now, but if someone who is still in a long or wants to go long here, I personally would not buy up here. The target would be value area high at 429.73. And that's it for Tesla. It looks like MicroStrategy and Bitcoin got some really positive price action during the New York PM session. Wow, after New York lunch, this thing just took off. So this is what MicroStrategy looks like. In a super tight range, it trended up. But if we look at Bitcoin, obviously we see a lot more price swings because everybody's trading this. It's hard to see, hard to make out, but the price did stay above the 50 EMA. It kind of did a fake out down here, but it stayed above the 50 EMA and continued to go higher. So if you're a buyer at the touch of the 50 EMA, and the fact that we're making higher highs and higher lows, well, actually, this would have been a shakeout. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to step away, finish my lunch. All right, just chiming back in. We're getting some interesting price action. I thought this was going to go at least to the value area high. It looks like it's breaking down back to the VWAP. There's a good chance that this is going to just slice through the VWAP and we're going to see a profit. This could go much lower. So we're probably going to see some profit taking, potentially go back to the 5-minute range at 422 during the power hour. But let's see, it all just depends on whether or not price can get through the VWAP and the value area low. But since this is the second time it's coming back down, that could be some signs that we're seeing price weaken. We are about 4 minutes to 12. That gives us just a little over 1 more hour left in the market. So during the power hour, we should see a surge in volatility. It may be towards the downside. It's interesting to see what's going to happen here. I'm going to draw the high and low of the New York PM session. So if price does break the VWAP and break previous support on this swing low, we're looking for price to be captured in this fib extension buy zone. That doesn't mean necessarily buy, that means price could go down to this area. Inversely, fib extension sell zone. So if price is going to break out either between the New York PM session lows or break above the New York PM session highs, we're looking for price to either go to 430 or 424. But at this point in time, I probably would not take any trades. I'd be pretty much done for the day, considering that it's Friday. We're pretty much in the last hour. We saw some nice bullish movement on MicroStrategy, where price moved up right after New York lunchtime, pulled back to the 50 EMA and bounced from there. We look at the daily daily pivots. So it looks like price bounced near the value area high, which was in Confluence, and near the 50 EMA, and just that was a area to go long for $3.49 on MicroStrategy. So Bitcoin did have a positive move right after lunch, but not as explosive as MicroStrategy. It did move up, but then it moved sideways during the New York PM and consolidated. Nvidia looks like it just found itself just being contained within its value area low as support. Based on this price movement, price will definitely hit this 4-hour pivot line in this fib extension zone, my guess. No hypothetical trades here. Okay, the market just closed. As I predicted before I took that break, we knew that price was going to break the New York PM low at the time, which was at 425.50, let's call it. And then we were looking for price to retreat back to the Fibonacci extension buy zone and the 4-hour pivot line, which it tapped it for a little bit, and then literally just a wick to touch the 424.49 level, which would have been a perfect buy if you were scalping this and you saw this or had a limit order placed there. Right there, we knew that price was going to come down to the Fibonacci extension buy zone, and you could find the lowest hanging targets. I know the value area low moved up, and then the point control moved down a little bit, but the idea was that to go long here, sell at the VWAP, which would have been a gain of $1.83. If you held until point of control, that was $3.95. So if we turn on the developing value area and point of control, so we can see as indicated by these dashed lines, that was the developing value area low. It did get lowered, but then eventually went back to its current spot at 425.40. But in summary, we knew that price was going to retreat. We did do a hypothetical long here, which worked out, where we saw that touch of the VWAP and we were looking for a retracement back to the point of control. That was a 2-for-1 trade, making $2.22. And that would have been, we entered long here. So basically in 8 minutes, you made $222 with 100 shares. Yeah. So, but they basically, this was a good call here. So if we had a limit order at the first touch of 424.49. We knew that price was going to bounce from here. That was $2, 188 at the VWAP, and at the point of control, that was $3.95. So imagine if you had 100 shares, $213, or $395 in the last 14 minutes of the trading day. So that wraps it up for today's live stream. So moving forward, I'm going to be live streaming Thursdays and Fridays. Come join us. Follow the channel, like, comment if there's anything you'd like to see, any tickers, crypto tickers, stock tickers. Feel free to let me know in the comments. I'll upload a video this weekend to give a brief weekly recap and give some future level projections for the upcoming week. Once again, Thursdays and Fridays for the live stream, and then weekends and upload to prepare for next week's trading. So tune in for more, like and subscribe, follow us on Twitch or on YouTube, and have a great weekend.